Good evening, gamers. Morning. What time it is anymore? And welcome back to Stream Story Saturdays. Today we are back in 14. Back with Saphrine after all the events of Shadowbringers. Taking down every last Light Warden, taking down the Ascian Abbot Selk, and basically saving the first any rejoining or cataclysm. So today we are going to be doing post MSQ content, more specifically the normal raids. Come on. Also known as the Eden raids. Let's go, battery. I'm be heading out into the empty and going to be revisiting a little bit of Final Fantasy VIII. Which should be kind of ironic for those who watched on Thursday. True. As for us now, we are going to go talk to an ancient anxious guard. And get this whole thing started. Ah, Saphrine, have you seen Ryne? She's been looking for you. Wait here, I'll go get her. There you are. Truth is, I need your help. Now, hold on, I haven't even told you what it is yet. Yeah. After you defeated Amh Araeng, I sensed a strange concentration of light somewhere far to the south. In the empty, in the lands that were once swallowed by the flood. I can't tell what it is, but we'll have to find out. For all we know, it might even be another Light Warden. But whatever it may be, I don't intend to stand by and watch. I'll... Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Thancred, Urianger, and I have a few theories that we plan to test once we find out whatever's causing this. Three of us were reluctant to ask for your help, considering everything that you've been through. The thing is, you're the only person who can defeat a Light Warden. Without becoming one yourself, so we have no choice. While we don't want to jump to conclusions, it would be a good idea to have you there just in case. So, will you come with us? Sure, why not? Thank you, Saphrine. That means a lot. First of all, let's head to Derek in Amh Araeng. Thancred and Urianger should have everything ready by now. Alright. Out to the Rang. Got the burn on the source, which was caused by... I believe it was caused by the Elegance. And we've got the empty on the first, which was caused by the flood. Two areas of the same effect, but different means of starting it up. I hope the desert creatures didn't give you too much trouble on the way here. I doubt they'd pose any sort of challenge to her. Would that I could say the same with confidence about whatever fiend may be waiting for us out there. Even if the light that Ryne sends turns out to be nothing of consequence, the empty is hardly the most welcoming of places. Anything that could survive out there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, it should be reiterated that a light-blasted wasteland poseth as severe a threat as any foe we might face. In any event, we are in agreement that this phenomenon doth want investigation. Though for lack of more precise means of navigation, we must need rely on Ryne's innate abilities to guide us. I have formed several hypotheses regarding the nature of the land, but speculation is a poor substitute for first-hand observation. There'll be plenty of time for us to talk about it on the way. Is the sky slipper ready, Thancred? You mean the party bus? Ready to take us wherever we need to go. Back again, too, maybe, if we ask it nicely. Though the light hath been expunged from Norvrand, the ambient ether of the ether empty is still corrupted. Dangerously so, in fact. The flood of light devastated everything in its wake. The soil, the air, the water, all rendered incapable of supporting life. 'Tis due to this imbalance that the empty remaineth utterly inhabitable, even a century thereafter. That's why we're taking every possible precaution. Between the thermometers I've packed and Ryne's unique ability, we should be able to detect and measure any fluctuations in our alignments. According to the Crystarium scouts, a few days out there won't affect us to any noticeable degree, but much longer than that, we risk becoming sin-eaters. Since we still don't know how the Chocobos and Mara will fare in the empty, we've opted for a more mechanical mode of transportation. This comes courteous of the researchers at the Mine, who found it in the Crystal Tower and restored it to working order. It's quite safe, I promise. Person in charge said he'll have parts delivered from the Crystarium should anything break. He seemed quite eager to see what we bring back from the empty, even though I told him we weren't hunting for treasure. I'll introduce you if we have a chance to stop by Mordsuk at some point. Anyway, I think that covers it. When you're ready to leave, just say the word. Alright, let's hop on the party bus. Well then, shall we? So found one of the free multiplayer mounts. 4-person, actually. And I do believe it is one of the first ones you can get outside of events. Oh, with a name like the Empty, I wasn't expecting much in the way of pleasant scenery, but this is downright depressing. To look on the land swallowed by the flood with mine own eyes, 'tis a chilling sight indeed. Approximately 9/10 of this world are this all slate, all a white clean. Were it not for the warriors' darkness and Manphilia. Ryne, are you sure we're heading in the right direction? Yes, I'm certain. There's no telling how far it is, though. Nothing for it but to keep going, then. You two back there may as well take a nap. I have a feeling we'll be a good moms ahead of us. Hey, there it is! That's what one of you all say when you actually spot it. I have to say, it's a touch larger than I was expecting. And is it sleeping? There it is. That which came from the 8. No, it's waking up. I don't like the sound of that. Is it a light warden? No, I don't think so. Instead of being filled with light, it is light. The first Sinito. Long have I strived to unravel the mysteries surrounding the flood of light, to discover what set the terrible cataclysm in motion. Every thread led to the same conclusion, the same singular point. The Big Bang. Or a single being. I have reason to believe that the entity we see before us is the first signature, the instigator of the flood, the very foe Minfilia vanquished a century ago. She gave everything she had and won? But this abomination could undo her work. Aye, the possibility cannot be denied. Though it is oft said that destruction and creation are but two sides of the same coin. Ryne, knowest of what I speak? The umbral and the astral? The powers to shape reality, to bend the laws of nature. For what once was shattered may be forged anew. That's all well and good, but I don't think we should give it a name first. Eden. Utopia in Fae. Most auspicious title. Now that that's settled, perhaps we should find a spot to set up camp. I even brought a couple of tents off in the off chance. But pitching the damn things is something of a fine art. Does anyone fancy helping me? Okay. And there it is. For those who remember. Right. Where the hell did Thancred go? He's not hiding behind the tent. Oh, I guess he's inside him. I never realized that putting up tents could be such a bother. Still, I'm glad we got there in the end. Should ask Alpha know about gathering firewood. Thancred should be back from scouting the area soon. Once he's here, we can plan our next move. Dun dun dun. I wonder what it's taking Thancred so long. Ah, there he is. Well, that was rather uneventful, now that I'm complaining. Did you find anything? No, thankfully. There is naught but barren plains in every direction, apart from Eden, obviously. I tried approaching it, but the brute didn't seem to even notice me. I thought it best not to tempt fate, so I withdrew. We should act now before it's fully awake. Meaning, what exactly? When I think about the flood of light, I get the feeling that rather than destroying everything in its path, what it actually did was stop the flow of ether. Of course, that meant that all the plants, animals, and people here could no longer survive. They must have crumbled to dust in the years since. But the Aether is still here, lying dormant. I mean, light is stasis, so not that surprising. If Eden is the one that caused it, maybe it can get it flowing again. I don't know for certain, but I think I can use Eden to bring life back to the empty. Ambitious. Now, hold on a moment. What makes you think it's even possible? How do you expect to control that kind of power? Ryne's aspirations may not be as preposterous as thou dost surmise. I believe Minfilia halted the flood of light's advance by not destroying Eden, but by silencing it. And in doing so, she hath gifted us an opportunity too precious to waste. Even now, the flame of hope burns on. Aye, as Minfilia's successor, it standeth to reason that Ryne doth possess the means to exert her own will over Eden. But such a monumental task is not to be taken lightly. What sayest thou, Saphrine? Yeah, we can't risk the little one. There's more at stake than just my life. If Eden is allowed to awaken, who knows what'll happen? I have to try. Oh, very well, Ryne. You've made up your mind. So, how should we go about this? I have an idea. I've been studying it carefully ever since we arrived, and it seems to me that the light is more concentrated at a certain point. I suppose you could call it the core? That giant Talos had a core too. Like a beating heart. It controlled the flow of ether. If Eden's core is the same, perhaps we could use it to restore the etheric balance. Thy theory is certainly sound. By employing Aethernet shards as beacons, mayhap we could trace the ethereal flow to Eden's core, and in doing so secure the means to teleport to the very heart of the beast. Thankfully, this settlement council has kindly furnished us with a plethora of apparatus by which to perform such feats.
However, we must needs first have Ryne study the entity's interior and chart us a suitable course. Once we have reached our destination, I shall fabricate a means by which you may directly communicate with you, and mayhap exert a measure of control over it.
You really can do that, Uriurgent?
All the credit is due to a dear friend, a gentle soul long since departed, who imparted to me a wealth of knowledge concerning etherology. Long live Moonbrida. Although I am certain she would be all too quick to chastise my methodology. Not the only thing. Excuse me for interrupting this trip down memory lane, but I don't imagine that Ina will be too happy about us rummaging around its innards, for want of a better term. In all seriousness, though, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of welcoming party arranged for intruders. Perhaps you best lead the way, Saphrine.
It's true that she's the only one who can defeat a Light Warden, but I'd rather not rely on her any more than we have to.
Yes, I haven't forgotten what happened when she absorbed too much light, but as Alize said, making promises you have no way of keeping is not kindness. Now, I wish I could put down wardens myself, but the simple fact is I cannot. And there's no pretending that I can. That's why I'm asking Saphrine.
Then perhaps I could?
You already have a job to do, remember? The only reason this plan even has a chance of success is because of your involvement. We need you to concentrate on the task at hand and guide us to the core. Not only that, but you have to keep an eye on Eden itself. If we somehow manage to make it angry, get us out of there.
Are you sure you want to go through with this?
Well, winging it is what we do.
I won't let you down.
Though we remain here, Ryne and I shall do our utmost to guide thee along the ethereal stream. After thou hast breached the exterior, we shall remain in contact via these link pearls, courtesy of our comrades in the Crystarium. Being relics salvaged from the Crystal Tower, I fear they may be somewhat less reliable than those to which thou art accustomed. It's basically saying the tower from the future has technology from the past. And that's the first one. Yeah, we're good. So much better doing it as a tank. Oh, lovely. Alright. Let's get this madness in order. So this is what the inside of our good old Eden looks like.
Be careful. A huge amount of ether is rushing in from the core. Wait, what's that?
It's the original. I don't expect to be main tanking all of these, but it might happen. Whoopsie. Those AoEs detonated slow. Those are line attacks. And that's the tank buster. This is a frontal cleave across the entire arena. 3 people are going to get hit. 2 people are going to get hit. Phase change. Do you like bullet hells? We got bullet hells for ya. Holy fuck. Good lord. It is all over the place. And we are doing phase change again. Let me mark maintain. And I believe this is your ad phase. Yep. One of the rare times that it's not required to actually keep ads separated in a raid. Here it comes. From the annals of history. The Grand Summon Eden. Without boost. Final Fantasy VIII Remaster is looking good. And we have the room cleave again. You can turn that off. Phase transition. Because who doesn't love bullet hells? Alright, there we go. And we go back to the regular world. And that is number 1 of 12. Well, that's one defense system down.
It seems that Thancred's predictions about there being some sort of guardian was right. Thankfully, it was nothing you can handle. And I'm glad to say you haven't absorbed any light either. So far, so good. Now that the way is clear, the Ethernet shard can send us into the core and back whenever we need. Why don't we give them a try?
Dun, dun.
Once Urianche has deactivated the device, it's my turn.
Dun dun dun. Time hath come, Ryne.
Watch over me, Minfilia.
Is this supposed to happen? Eden is offering considerable resistance.
Not now. Not when I'm so close.
Arianje. I am unharmed, but what of Ryne?
No, you listen to me.
Ryne, be careful. Honestly, surrounding background is giving it Alexander vibes. Ryne, you weren't supposed to awaken it, you're supposed to control it. We don't have any sorceresses we need to take down. So put it back.
It worked. I'm in control now, I think. Although I'm now linked to Eden, I still need to figure out how to give it commands.
Pray tell what caused it to convulse so violently.
It must have been Eden when it's rose in the air. I'm still struggling to stop it from drifting too far from the camp.
Even now thou art... Ryne, what's going on?
Above us, something's coming this way. An enemy.
But thou, how dost thou... could it be a saint?
I can't see them clearly, but no, that's impossible.
What is it?
They're inside, too. Lots of them, trying to reach the core.
Uninvited guests, eh? If I'd known they were coming, I would have tidied the place up. Japes are but a poor substitution for a viable stratagem. In that case, I suggest you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. And Saphrine can welcome our airborne adversaries. Because why would I want to be on top of something that's flying in the air? Ryne, find out if Eden has any defenses we can make use of. Preferably ones that don't recognize us as the enemies.
I'm not sure about that, but I can use the ether currents to send you to wherever you need to go.
That's my girl. Alright, everyone. We got work to do.
From what I can tell, Eden is able to form simple structures by redirecting ether. So I'll try to give you something to stand on. When you're ready, head for that portal over there.
Alright. And that is number 2. Nope, not on that one. Yeah, just being shy of the glimpses into different aspects of time. This outside kind of looks like a mix between Alexander, although the opening and closing is reminiscent of the Omega Isles. So yeah, they kept the tradition kind of going. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Nope. Trying to figure out what those are shapes of. It's above us. Can't really see all the way up. Yeah. See something. Be doing. Oh, it's still a decent amount. Like 0 times. Hopefully it doesn't go too badly. But it is looking like it's working better. Oh, than it was last time. Do, 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 do. Nope, not that. Too many windows open. Oh. Is that over there? No, it isn't. These are different. Looks like the first one was just luck. Right, so it's mirrored. Makes sense. Doo-doo-doo. Hmm. Do. There we go. Number 2, here we go. Maybe. All right. Who is the invader? We're on top of the Eden. Well, they sure know how to make an impact. avoid the cute little guys. And we're gonna avoid the cute little guys again. Those one, boom. That's the stacker. And now comes the fun part. These spells don't go off at the end of the cast. Instead, you have to wait for these time limits. Same thing with this one. It go boom! So now we are going to do the same exact thing, but with both of them. We got 20 seconds on the clock. 10. Now we can get out. Fun little knockback. Oh, that was close. Avoid the little guys as we go for the other knockback. Stop the bleeds on the ground. We got 12 left on the stack. That's gonna be a knockback with shit. Don't look at the person with the eye. Usually best just to get in front of them. The eye has 10 seconds left. I hear them. Avoid the little guys. And we're basically just going to repeat to our way out. There's 19 on the clock. We'll stack. Doesn't matter. We are done. That's another dark night down. Alright. Have it. Oof. Got me nervous.
Saphrine, thank goodness you're unharmed.
We came as soon as we took care of our unwanted guests. They were a stubborn bunch, but quite unlike anything I've seen in the first. No, I won't let you. Damn, Clyde. Damn you.
Who are you? What do you want?
Why am I here? What is happening?
She's alive, but there's something strange about her ether.
She didn't seem too pleased with Ryne talking about taking control of Eden, which may be why it caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. 'Tis plunged, she is not a cinder, not even in pot as Vothra. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears, for she is nonetheless possessed of a power most terrible. On the other hand, if she's feeling cooperative, she might be able to tell us more about Eden. I'll keep an eye on her until she wakes. There's no telling what will happen when she does, but I'll make it clear that we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm, at least. Hey, she attacked me first. Obviously, this is not a good idea to bring her inside Eden. It's likely that reaching the core was her aim from the outset, so I'll take her to the camp.
Now that things have settled down, I should get back inside and try to strengthen my link to Eden.
Alright, you do that. Void sense, huh? On the first of all things.
Although I had my hands full trying to control Eden, I caught a glimpse of your battle. That power, I've never seen anything like it.
What thou witnessed was the tearing of thy very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which void scent may enter. But pray tell, Ryne, did thou make any observations?
I couldn't sense any light in that girl or her servants. Can't really explain how, but she reminded me of Emmett Selk.
Though I think it unlikely that she is an Ascian, she may yet be a thrall to Zodiac.
Maybe we'll be able to find out more once she woke up. In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control with Eden. Seems to be listening to me more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was in the beginning. That's not all. I made an exciting discovery.
Which we'll find out next time. Dun dun dun.
I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now. Of course, this is only the beginning.
And we shall accompany thee wheresoever this path may lead. But pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made?
I understand how Eden's power works.
And therefore the true nature of the flood of light?
Yes, it affected the balance of all ether in the empty, shifting it so far towards the umbral that it stopped flowing altogether.
The power to tip the scales.
And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls the balance of ether over a wide area, forcing it from one alignment to the other. Left alone, it still poses a threat, but if we can harness its power, I think I could use it to breathe life back into the empty. The trouble is, I haven't the foggiest idea of where to start. And if I go about this the wrong way, I could do more harm than good.
Thou needest not bear this burden alone, nor should thou. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening with that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked. Elements maintain a fragile harmony without it which life cannot prosper.
So what should we do?
A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let us return to the camp. 'Twould be remiss of us to not involve Thengrid.
Alright, let's see what the guy has to say. Dun, 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 dun. I'm curious to know what kind of connection that girl has to Eden. She only told us a bit more before she collapsed.
My friends, I believe I have struck you upon a method by which we may see this world restored. Arianchi, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long story slightly shorter. The plan is to control Eden and realign the ether of the empty right. In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energies haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the empty is an unfathomably vast. Were we only able to affect the change in one small region at a time, it would take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. Instead, our energies would be better spent revitalizing each element in order, that we might set in motion a more widespread transformation.
One at a time. I hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others.
For that very reason, we shall select a location in which the ambient ether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Even in a dome, states certain elements will be more prevalent and therefore easily manipulated. Then we rebalance the ether and return it to the land, whereupon it shall be borne on ethereal currents to the farthest reaches of the empty. But what's prevent that element from breaking free of Eden's hold and causing a disaster of some sorts? It must needs be contained. The question is how. Saphrine, indulge me for a moment if thou wouldst. Pray imagine a corporeal manifestation of each individual element. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye?
Moguls!
Mayhap thou art afeard to utter the fateful word. For to even speak the name primal is to invite misfortune. Though invited we must. As the ether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden, we shall perform a summoning as Master Louis once did on the fields of Cartano. As one who hath laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the ether into a deiformed entity, which must subsequently be dispersed in the traditional fashion. You want to summon primals to farm them for ether. Someone keep Urianger away from the bars. He's had way too many.
So, to defeat it, in other words, but is that even possible?
How the hell should I know? I just beat the primals up. I don't know anything about the signs. Lest thou forget, 'twill be no more than an approximation of a foe thou hast previously bested. I have every confidence in thine abilities, Saphrine. As do I, though I might help to have some idea of what you be up against. Have you decided on which elements to tackle first? I propose water, the source of all life. As for the location, an area to the west of Norbrand was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Alas, the flood of light reduced it to a yawning chasm.
Water. Yes, that seems like a good choice. I'll see if Eden can take us to where we need to go.
And I shall prepare for the sun. Thancred, wouldst thou keep watch over our enigmatic antagonist? She may have vital information to impart. In the event she has becomest agitated, thou mayst need to restrain her. Someone's got to do it, I suppose. I'll be praying for your success while I wait here, twiddling my thumbs. Still, I must say I don't envy you getting caught up in yet another one of Urianger's madcap schemes. Though, come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born of your unmanaged memories and imagination, why don't you think of something a bit tamer than the primals you fought in the past? Perhaps that's not how it works. Anyway, best of luck. Great. Water. That's not going to go poorly. Yep. Of course he wants that one.
He didn't seem to be responding well to my instructions, so we should reach out our destination in no time at all. Alright, this is the place. I'll see if I can draw out the water aspected ether. Rest is up to you, Saphrine.
Nice play on words there. All right, time for number 3.
Dun, 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 dun.
Not horrible. It's more than I was expecting.
Do, 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 do.
Hopefully the rest of them go off pretty quickly as we get more and more into the day. It's interesting. Been disconnected. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I need to rearrange this desk. Alright, number 3. Here we go. Stream elements disconnect. That's weird. Oh, the service must have reconnected. Okay, that explains. Huh? That would have been stream elements. Yeah, that's weird. And that's a Leviathan. Two-headed Diabolos. That is what we call a tank buster. I think that was the buster. No, that's the tank buster. That's a big-ass knockback. Hey, it's from that side now. Yeah, that's just raid wide. And here it comes again. Except this time it's going to shove us across the arena. Ooh, those are going to break the outsides. And we get to play in the center. It's a tight squeeze. But we can do it. That's good. Oh noes. We're screwed. No ether shield this time. Yep, that's what I was waiting for. Some people get the AoEs, some people get the donuts. Ego roar! Now we get the little circles on the ground, and he's coming through the sides. Wow. That made some dents. And the tidal wave was over there this time. Well, we're doing it the fun way. Oh, Lord. Okay, I guess we're wiping that. Oh. I mean, technically the two tanks could have survived that. Right, we start it all off again. He does the roar. There's the tank buster. There's the freebie. Alright, let's see how many people get knocked off this time. Those are going to be on the sides. We get to play in the center. Is it time for fun? It is time for fun! Alright. So we can do the stack without worrying about the AoEs. Good. That was a roar. And now, what will you do? Will you give us fun? Yes. Not there. Bye-bye. Oh, not there either. He did the roar. Which side are we gonna watch the wipe happen from? Now we get to play on the sides. Oh, that's not encouraging. Even less encouraging. There we go. It only took 2 attempts. One Leviathan down. 1 attempt per head.
That was incredible. Is that what a primal looks like? Oh, not quite the same then. But why is that?
The Leviathan of the Source was summoned by the Sahagin, to whom he was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deed-formed entity, that which was brought into existence, differed on a fundamental level, though it was no less formidable. The manifestation relied upon Saphrine's experiences of the Leviathan and may have been influenced by recollections of other water-aspected beings, leading to further discrepancies.
Memories brought to life. But I still can't tell if our plan actually worked. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess.
How goes it? If you've finished slaying your primal or whatever it is, I suggest you get back here on the double. There's something you ought to see. Thancred got pizza and didn't share any with us.
What could it be?
Evidently, our only recourse is to return to our base of operations forthwith.
Bink, bink. Dun, dun, dun. Saphrine, look! It's in a book. It's the beginning of a reading rainbow.
By the 12's good grace, 'tis a marvel to behold.
I never thought that the whole lake would suddenly appear like this. And we're just getting started. I hope the burden is not too much for you, Saphrine.
And on the first day, Aiden doth declare there shall be water.
I think this proves that the water aspect of the ether is no longer lying dormant. So which element should we realign next, Arianja?
I propose Earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life and giving energy, the empty shall become capable of supporting the growth of flora.
Imagine that, forest in the empty. But before we begin, I'd like to know how the girl is doing.
She's still sound asleep. She didn't so much as stir even when I took her helmet off. So I think it might get stuffy in there, but I was curious to know what kind of sort of person we're dealing with. She seems surprisingly normal. Not all of your usual void scent. I'd say she's around the same age as you, Ryne, perhaps a little older.
Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest a while we concentrate on the task at hand.
As much as I'd love to go with you, I'd best stay here in case she wakes up and is feeling less than cooperative. And while you wait here wishing I had something to read, my thoughts will be with you as you fly off to face your next opponent. It must be strange feeling to bring something into existence through your own willpower only to slay it immediately after. I almost feel sorry for the poor thing. All the same, I wish you luck.
If all goes well, he won't be waiting for long. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can see the results.
Back to the Eden! One to teleport. Turn it off.
Now, before we embark on our journey, there's one question I feel I should ask. Where are we going?
I would suggest a certain region that lies east of Norgrad, which was once home to the great Mount Atlas. And for the earth-aspected primal we wish to invoke, what could be more fitting choice than Titan?
I don't think I've heard that one. What's it like?
Oh, hell. Well, you see, there's landslides, and then there's some more landslides, and once you get done with those, you get even more landslides. And if you ever get bored, there will always be more landslides.
It seems like you had a rather traumatic experience. But if it's our last battle, it's anything to go by. This one will be different from Titan that Saphrine remembers, yes?
I would be wise to consider the two an entirely separate being. As such, thou art need to conceive a new stratagems if thou art to triumph in battle to come. Past experiences will avail thee not, I fear.
All right, Saphrine, once you're ready, we'll be on our way.
Let's see, I believe go-kart was outside and fists were inside?
It took a while, but we finally arrived. Ready, Saphrine?
Ah, these devs. And we have number 4, ready and waiting. There we go. That was a quickie quick. Alright. Well, let's get this big boy on with the show. Yeah, that's definitely not our Titan. That will be your good old AoE. A fun mechanic of advancing tiles. I do believe we call that a tank buster. Two rocks, one goes boom, and then we hide behind the other. Hey, I've heard you like Titan. Do you like knockbacks? Alright, this, I believe, is the center? Yep. And go-kart, you go on the side with the most area. Oh, this is gonna suck. I'm sure the healers can recover. One is going to be big. We're going to try and avoid that. There we go. Oh, crap. And now we have go-kart, which we're gonna go on the side that has two. He is now the Angie. Oh crap, he's charging that one, so we're gonna come over here. Wait for this to explode. And then move. What did I take a Vuln from? I don't remember getting hit by something. Oh, crap. Yep, I didn't have anything up for that. What are you doing? Arms? Arms are inside. suck. There we go. Oh, shit. Fuck it. I kind of screwed up that preparation. Which one are you charging? Not that it's gonna matter. There we go. We are done with Wing 1. I'll think about it for a second. Yay. And the Savage on this one is where you get the party bus. Usually you can do it with 2. If you're really good, you could probably get 1 off. Du-du-du.
Welcome back. You must be exhausted. For a creature made of rock, that was a lot more agile than I was expecting. I wonder, was the Titan of your world a tough opponent too?
Sure.
So, all it would have taken was a momentary lapse of concentration. I don't like the sound of that. But more importantly, you defeated another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty. Can't wait to see how much of a difference we've made this time.
Dun, 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 dun. It's yellow. Or maybe orange, I guess.
Did we really do all of this?
Aye, 'tis would appear that the balance has returned to the element of earth, and yet the transformation hath affected only immediate vicinity, whereas the lands beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. 'Tis passing strange indeed.
Did we do something wrong?
Though this falleth short of the outcome I envisioned, 'tis plain our efforts were not in vain. Mayhap this localized phenomena is the result of an intersection of ethereal currents. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that similar locations in the empty hath undergone comparable alterations. If we only had an expert in ethereal conductivity.
Then the ether will spread out from these points to cover the rest of...
Ryne? Hmm?
B...
Perhaps indeed.
It's nothing.
That didn't look like nothing to me. You better lie down for a while.
No, really, I'm fine. We still got work to do.
Nay, Thancred has the right of it. 'Twould be unwise to exert thyself overmuch.
I really appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing.
Ryne, thou knowest not the strain thou dost place upon thyself. Though the elements of water and earth hath been restored, continued exposure to the elements stagnant, ether may yet sap thee of thy remaining strength.
Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit out of sorts ever since we got here. I should probably get away from the empty and rest for a while.
Pray do so. Meanwhile, I shall remain here. The restoration of the first two elements hath provided unexpected results, and I will require time to analyze our findings. However, I must ask thee to refrain from discussing our work in the empty, even with our closest comrades.
Why? I thought they'd welcome the news.
And indeed they shall, once we have shown more for our efforts. Nevertheless, this mission is one of surpassing danger, and I am loath to place our dearest friends at risk unless absolutely necessary. And I do not wish to have Y'shtola beat my ass again.
You have their best intentions at heart, I'm sure. But to be perfectly honest, I prefer not to keep secrets from people that I trust with my life. I don't want to make a habit of this, but I'll do as you ask.
It seems to me that Ryne isn't the only one who would benefit from a change of scenery. Our Sleeping Beauty would likely fare better in more hospitable surroundings. We need to have our associates from the Custarium organize a safe place for her to stay. And if you and Saphrine go on ahead and have a word with them in Mordsuk, we'll catch up with you once Urianger has finished whatever it is he needs to do. And how are you two supposed to get back if we take the skipper with us? Perhaps thou too shouldst accompany her on the return journey. I dare say she would be glad of thine presence. No, now is this time. She's come such a long way since we first met, and I worry relying on me too much will only hold her back. We won't be staying in the First forever. Time will come when Ryne and I to part ways, and for her to follow her own path. I know you understand this too, Urianger. I could see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible whilst you still can. And to her credit, she's actually taking most of it in. Ryne is possessed of a natural affinity for etherology, unlike some whom shall remain unnamed. Natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like. Though, come to think of it, she doesn't really take after me out of all. However, like thee, she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Says the master of keeping his cards close to his chest. Anyway, Saphrine, you better take the sky slipper back with Ryne. It's true she's been through a lot today, but so have you. We'll need you ready for the challenges that lie ahead. So go on, get some rest. We shall await news of thy safe arrival in Amh Araeng.
Dum, 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 dum. seems like you were all having quite a serious discussion. I hope I haven't given you any cause for concern. Well, if you say so. Probably shouldn't stay in the empty any longer than necessary, though. So, do you want to take the first shift piloting, or shall I?
Do you have your mount license?
You. I'm glad you were there to keep me company. I have no idea how I'd have passed the time otherwise. Now that we're here, I need to find our contact from the Crystarium. But before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something's been on my mind. This might be the best place for it, though. Those creatures over there look a bit hungry.
Wow, you took us all the way out here, huh?
When I first spoke to Thancred and Rejoining about what I sensed in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. But now that we found Eden, I know that I made the right choice. And if I'd given up into my fear, I probably would have spent the rest of my life wondering what might have been. From now on, whenever I hear that voice inside me telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. That's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world is not going to help me decide what we should do with the girl when she wakes up. Do you remember what she said right before she passed out? Why am I here? What is happening? What if she's being controlled or forced to act against her will? Whatever the case, it's clear that she's not a monster. She's a person, like you or me. Obviously, she knows something about Eden, and we all the information we can get. But more than that, I just want to talk to her. To find out who she is and if there's anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget that she's already attacked us once. What's to say she won't try it again when she wakes up? If she keeps us from reclaiming the empty, it'll be all my fault. It's no good. I can't make up my mind. What do you think we should do, Saphrine?
No point in worrying about it until we get there.
I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't be trying to decide her fate before we even know who she is. In the meantime, we'll have to be patient and hope that she comes around soon. Until then, I'll try to concentrate on here and now. Speaking of which, I still need to see to Uriange's errands. People were waiting on to meet, lent us the sky slipper, and most of the apparatus we've been using. Since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume that the same applies to them and their colleagues. Anyway, once that's over with, we can find a place to relax.
It is? Yeah, it is. Okay, good.
Now that we're here, allow me to introduce you to two members of our inner circle, or whatever you want to call it. That's Google, who's interested in trading for any relics we find in the empty. Apparently he deals mostly in exotic weapons and whatnot, but he's agreed to keep us supplied with whatever else we can't get from the Crystarium. Now, the ones we came with should be around here somewhere.
Ah, Ryne. What a relief it is to see you return unharmed from your expedition.
I'm sorry to kept you waiting. We were gone a bit longer than we expected. Saphrine, I'd like to meet Louis.
It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. As a representative of the Settlement Council, I am here to oversee the delivery of equipment deemed necessary to your mission. I will be on hand to provide any assistance you may require.
Actually, there's something we'd like you to take care of. It's probably not the best to talk about in the middle of the market, though. I'll take it from here, Saphrine. You should get some rest. But before you go, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. We still have a long road ahead of us, but if we give it our all, there's nothing we can't handle. Dun, 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 dun. Rup.
Meanwhile, I see. Though it is mere supposition, I would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter with Ryne and Saphrine until we know more. Well, I appreciate you telling me, even if it is too soon to be sure. I'm the one watching over her, after all. The Oracle of Darkness. I pray it's not true.
Yay!
This one, right? Yeah. Ah, there you are. I am part of a team helping with the, highly classified and very, very secret thing. The fact of the matter is, I have come to inform you of a rather interesting development. It is about the girl who was brought back from the empty. She is finally woken up, you see?
Elfort, and Saphrine too! We heard the news from Thancred, is it true?
Why, yes, it most certainly is. You can get steamed bean buns for half off today. Apparently, her name is Gaia. She claims to be a free citizen of Yulmore, although she remembers nothing of the events leading up to her attack on Eve.
She lost her memory?
Parts of it, at the very least. We can also assume, but we cannot be sure whether she is telling us the truth or if it is merely a ruse. She is yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose.
And Thancred's with her now, is he?
Yes, he has taken her to Yulmore, mainly to verify what she has told us so far. Quiz the locals, that sort of thing. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they are taking rather longer than I anticipated. I do hope nothing is amiss. It can be a miss as long as it's not ought. Good grief, are you always this slow? Nice heels. At this rate, it'll be dark again before we know it. Night Sky's return is all well and good, but it does make each day seem awfully short. And are you still dragging your heels back there? At least act as if you got a purpose, would you? It's the lips. The lips always set me. Now look here. I am not one of your servants. Why don't you try carrying your own luggage for a change?
Thancred, you're back. Does this mean I get to have my own luggage?
You lot are a sight for sore eyes. Yes, even you are, Yonche. Gaia and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Yulmore.
I'm glad we could finally meet. Properly, I mean. So, did you learn anything useful?
Other than where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbors barely knew the first thing about her. Hells, she barely knows the first thing about her. Recollection of her life in Yulmore is patchy at best. But she seems convinced that she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us. And so she invited herself to join our merry band. And for her first act, she ordered me to carry her luggage. If you insist on standing around and talking, might I suggest finding a place to sit down first? My feet are killing me. Then perhaps you shouldn't have chosen more sensible footwear. Still, it's not such a bad idea, shall we? First time anybody got criticized in 14 for their heels.
So you don't remember anything at all? Not attacking us, not falling unconscious?
Who would remember falling unconscious? Such selective amnesia would rightly raise suspicion within those of a cautious man. Yet if she doth speak the truth, it would lend credence to my current hypothesis, though admittedly somewhat further. Not now, Arianti. She's only just woken up. We don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I prefer to follow my instincts, and they're telling me that Gaia means us no harm. After much deliberation, I thought it only right to let her know about our work in the empty, as a sign of goodwill. After all, trust works both ways, usually. Though I'd ask you, Saphrine, not to let your guard down just yet. So, you're the one I'm supposed to have fought. Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere. Yeah, sure. Or perhaps you just didn't make much of an impression. But to be honest, I do feel that since meeting you, those hazy memories are becoming slightly clearer. It's like remembering fragments of a dream, only to realize those things actually happened. It's as though my whole life has been leading to this. Thou speakest as though thou didst expect these events. I guess you could say that. That's what the fairy tells me. I can't see it, but it is as though there is someone else inside me, and I can hear its voice in my head. It whispers me to let them use its power. Magic, I suppose you could call it. Not that I know much of that sort of thing. And this power alloweth thee to tear open the fabrics betwixt realities, that thou mayst call forth ether-starved denizens of what remaineth of the 13th. What? What was that supposed to mean, or are you just spouting some random words at me? Honestly, I don't know how you put all of this together. I've only just met him, and his insufferable prattle is already giving me a headache. You get used to it. Gods, I still can't believe I'm having this conversation. And to think I was flying about in a suit of armor waving a sword. That doesn't sound me just like at all. Someone else is inside you. Like Minfilia was inside me. Aye, the similarities cannot be ignored. Though it is too early to say with certainty, Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness. Oracle of Darkness? What does this mean? It means that you may have been right when you said she has something in common with them itself. Those who would have been used as a living host by the Ascians have no recollection of events that occurred during their possessions. This I know from personal experience. But Gaia seems to have some memories still, even if they are a little hazy. Moreover, she has remained in control of herself even when she heard the voice within, much like you and Menphilia. Then, though Ryne was very much her own person, Menphilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, granting her hair and eyes a hue akin to that of our old, dear departed friend. It is therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks may be a manifestation of the dark which hath come to reside within her. But I was born like this, and my parents, they both had black hair too. Or at least I think they did. It's been so long since I saw them, I can't remember them too well. But enough about me. You're Menphilia, aren't you? The Oracle of Light who they were hosting in the Yulmore? That's right. Though imprison is a better word. They kept me locked away, and I didn't know much about Yulmore and its people, or the rest of the world for that matter. I see. And how exactly did the Oracle of Light come to run with the Warrior of Darkness? Well, it all started when we put a whole bunch of people to sleep. Yes, I still remember the day everyone went raving mad and Lord Vothrid fled. Everything after that is still a blur, though. From what Guy's told me, she wasn't part of the mob that attacked us. How was she able to resist Vothrid's control? Mayhaps It was the intervention of this fairy of whom she speaketh. Huh. As curious as that may be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. This is just a guess, but I'd say that the fairy reacted to it in some way, and for whatever reason, made me go to it.
Yes, that seems like the only explanation.
I don't know about you lot, but I've had enough nattering. I'm going back to Eden.
What? But why?
The fairy wanted something from Eden, and knowing what that is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what has been living in my head all these years. Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves, certainly not through idle chatter. So I'm going, that's that.
Gaia, wait.
Ah, insufferable. Utterly insufferable, and yet we can't well leave her out of our own devices. Come on.
Alright, we head back to the empty.
For more of the evening. Oh, look, the A rank is up again. Those hunt trains sure aren't doing their jobs correctly. Wait, did I pass it? Oh, yeah, I did.
Whoopsie.
Got a little distracted by Big Red. Get away from me.
Gaia.
Seems I have no choice. I think you... Wait. That works. What am I? Bum, bum. Yeah, we definitely saw that. We had to fight her. What are you all gaping at?
I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that. So this is the power of the fairy you spoke of?
Ever since I was a child, it has whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use this power. There are things I can't even explain. Holes ripped in thin air, terrifying creatures crawling out, ghastly-looking blades, and armor appearing out of nowhere. But worst of all is the dark energy that comes from inside. This power, it feels as though it's only flowing through me and never truly mine. And even when it answers my call, it only takes a few moments for the spells to work. So, in summary, you don't have control over the magic. Well, it's not as if I ever tried to control it. I haven't made a habit of fighting wild beasts.
Fortunately, it's part and parcel of traveling through Amh Araeng. While I understand you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are. But if your heart is set on this, then we'll help you.
I mean, think about what you're saying. Are you seriously considering taking Gaia to see Eden? There's no telling what might happen if she loses control again, so the safest option is for her to stay away until her work is done. Somewhere we can keep an eye on her. You must realize that it's for her own good. I must concur with Thancred's assessment. At present, we know precious little of Gaia's origin, and still less of her powers. If she is indeed the Oracle of Darkness, her presence may complicate the task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and her own well-being in jeopardy. In full knowledge of the risk, dost thou still wish to pursue this course?
I do. It wasn't so long ago that I was living in isolation, being held against my will. Mayhap the people keeping an eye on me through that thought that was my own good too. But if we shut Gaia away for our own convenience, then we're no better than Vothri and Ranjit. I've learned that when someone is in need, you must reach out a helping hand, not push them away. Now it's my turn to do for Gaia what you've all done for me. Even knowing the danger that lies ahead, I won't choose the easy way out. This is the path I've chosen. Is that good enough for you?
Wow. Well, I can't say fairer than that. How about you, Arianche? The light of thy spirit doth burn bright. Mine apologies, mine dear. We felt it necessary to test thy resolve. Let it suffice to say that thou hast left no room for doubt. For what it's worth, Ryne, I never doubted you. But make no mistake, the danger that Urianger and I spoke of is all too real. If you are prepared to go through with this, we'll be right beside you.
That means a lot to me. Thank you.
I couldn't care less who I travel with, but if we're going, then let's get going already. Supposed to be some sort of craft waiting at the side of the watchtower, yes? Come along then, and don't fall behind. Apparently she was tired of that cutscene going on too long. It might be a bit of a tight squeeze with 5 of us in here, but we'll manage. Perhaps Urianchi can sit on top of our luggage. So, there it is. Dum dum. Eden, where I'll find the answers I seek. Bringer of the flood, the first sin eater, who it would lead to my past or my future. What awaited on the path ahead, I couldn't say, but I had no choice to take the first step. Pulling a squall there, are we? Keeping up the good old age tradition, I says. I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky because Thancred freed me from old Eulmore. And I had a chance to see the world. More importantly, though, I met all kinds of people, and they taught me not to live in another shadow, but to be myself. Maybe one day you'll have that chance too. Said your piece, have you? One day. What's that supposed to mean? I just... I don't know how the great Oracle of Light sees such things. But for someone like me, who's only known life in Eulmore, there was no tomorrow. There was no future, only the here and now. And while we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel the moment of my life slipping away. Time, it won't wait. Not for me, not for anyone. I don't know much longer I could hold on to who I am. I'm sorry, Gaia. Gaia. It's probably not even my real name. It isn't? When Thancred asked my name, I couldn't remember. That was when the fairy whispered to me, Gaia. But if you grew up in Eulmore, surely someone there must have known who you are. Everyone I once knew had either disappeared or had turned into sin-eaters. Those whose faces and names I still remembered, that is. In the end, we found not a single person who so much as recognized me. As far as I can recall, I'd never been the most sociable person, but still. Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, then let's call it what I call you. And if you're willing, instead of Oracle of Light, please call me Ryne. It's not the name I was born with, that's long forgotten now, but the one that people whom I consider family gave to me. Is that so? Well, as much as I'd love to keep up this chattering, there's something that's bothering me. I thought the fairy would have reacted to Eden in some way. But so far, nothing whatsoever. From what I gather, it wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Perhaps if you were to actually try flying in somewhere, the fairy might break its silence. If you've got elements to restore whatever it was, why don't you hurry up and get it over with? At once, Your Grace. It may be best to resign ourselves to her mannerisms. A good thing we're not wholly unfamiliar with attending nobility, given the certain company of the Scions. Of whomst ever dost thou speak, I wonder?
All right, everyone. I think we wasted talking for long enough. If you're ready, let's make our way to Eden.
Damn. Cute. God, that's a throwback to 1.0.
Alright.
Following the initial changes wrought by the release of earth and water, the empty hath displayed no further signs of alteration. Stability, some may call this, be satisfied, but in truth it is passivity. Passivity stemmed from light's ever pervasive presence. If we are to break the status quo, we must need employ a catalyst, third element that should rouse and stabilize those unleashed energies in activity. Therefore, I propose lightning.
So the primal would be Ramu, yes? What I heard, he's a guardian of the forest, not particularly keen on conflict. But you've actually fought him, haven't you?
Yeah, he's a beard that grew a man.
Ah, yes, Thancred mentioned that he's more closely resembled to a person than a beast, unlike most of the other primals. And apparently he tends not to move about much.
I'm glad to see our lessons paid off.
Well, it's like you say, if we want to call forth an accurate representation of the primal, I should picture it in my mind as clearly as possible. At the very least, it's worth a try. The rest is up to you, Saphrine.
In order for this to work, we need to fly actually somewhere. So rather than sitting in one spot while you exchange antidotes, why don't you get this blessed thing moving first? One must admit, the suggestion is not without merit. Ryne, might I suggest the Ganondorf Thunder Plains as our next location? These plains, it is writ, were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds. The only source of illumination is the ceaseless barrage of light. The ambient ether that lingereth there shall provide the ideal conditions for the sunbeam.
Then that's where we're heading. Come on, Eden. We've got a job to do.
Weren't those the plains of 10, I believe? Yeah, I think they were.
This should be as good a spot as any. All right, Saphrine, whenever you're ready.
One more time with these devs. One more time. And number 5 is ready! It's too bad we can't see the outsides. And here we go. Turn that off. Maybe.
One more.
And it's time to fight the beard that might have a man.
There's no turning back. Get ready!
Just slightly different on that aspect.
So, this is Ramu.
That was definitely a tank buster. Two spears hit the ground, and one is bigger than the other. Well, apparently that tank didn't want to do the mechanics. Now, we keep a little buff on to avoid getting slammed by these attacks. Ow. Well, this is gonna suck. Prepare for the knockback. Fine, I guess we're gonna hold you here. I think that's on the next line. Yep, good. Yep. Shit. And now we have multiple spheres, and holy crap, they are all over the place. Well, the healer's having fun today, I can see. It's raining, it's pouring, there's lightning every fucking place. Okay, this time, keep them separated. Alright, that's gonna be the center lane knockback. Well, I tried. Oh crap, that's on this lane. Yep, that's what I was trying to avoid. Alright, you're taking it back, apparently. We got the two stabs. Did they stack him again? They stacked him again. That's awesome. Thought I had that. And now we get both the knockback lanes at the same time. Oh, I already have one. Good. I think... Yeah, okay, that's good. Usually have difficulty seeing that. Get the tank buster there. Let's see if someone's gonna burn the LB3. Nope. We are going to let it ride. There we go. That's a dead DPS. Alright. The beard has fallen. Oh, nobody wants them. I'll take them. Ixion, I believe so. Can't remember where, though. I thought I was prepared to expect anything, but I didn't expect Ramun to look quite like that. Appearance aside, he was quite aggressive as well. The Sylph believe in him as a kindly guardian clearly makes a difference to his temperament. Anyway, just glad it's over. Let's get back to the camp and see if anything has changed. Dun dun dun. It's purple! Huh. The crystal's a different color, but apart from that, it all looks the same. That may look the same, aye, but it feels different. The air has grown slightly more humid, as it does before the rain. I have to say, I'm not exactly prepared for wet weather, and if Eden could control elements and so on, can't you tell to send the clouds somewhere else? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed with his so-called powers. Changing yellow crystals to purple is the extent of its abilities. It's no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. I hope that whatever's next is more worthwhile. Rather than influencing the ground beneath our feet, Eden hath brought the change to the firmament above. And yet it is clear that more dynamic element is required for the natural cycle of precipitation and evaporation to be complete. Oh shit. So, we need movement. Would wind do the trick? Most certainly. Fuck. It seems we have a plan. Let's not dwell on too much of the effects of each individual element, instead focusing on seeing them all restored. Power of an oracle, not to be sniffed at, as it seems. All my life, you are a constant companion, your voice ever seeping in my mind. Why then, of all times, did you abandon me? Deaf even to the crash of thunder, or were you simply biding your time? Do-do-do. Bum. Bum, bum, bum. Ere we set out once more, might I ask if thou art familiar with the process by which rain is made to fall? Everybody knows it's the fault of the Alligans that we have storms and typhoons and whatnot. Oh, it certainly would not be beyond the Alligans to manipulate the weather, if such is thy suggestion, but it is of natural occurring phenomena that I would speak. With the restoration of our first element, the empty hour was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient in the cycle of precipitation: water. Under normal circumstance, the heat existent in the atmosphere would cause the water to evaporate from the land's surface. An invisible vapor is borne by the wind high unto the firmament, where it doth condense as clouds before descending once more, returning to the land in the form of rain. It seems we need wind aspect of the ether to create more clouds. That hasn't rained yet. It must mean there aren't enough.
And even before that, we need fire aspect of the ether to make the water evaporate.
So which one are we hitting first? Seems to me that not one's much good without the other. Why don't you just draw both elements together? I hate you. You're suggesting that Saphrine fight two Deiform entities, each as deadly as Ramu, at the same time. Do you realize how absurd that is? And yet, 'tis a notion that doth warrant further consideration. Oh, you can't be serious. Cast your mind, if you will, to the element wheel that I showed you in the bookmanships. We're not going to fight that instead, are we? Wind giveth rise to lightning, whose spark doth produce fire. By restoring wind and fire in tandem, we may balance between these dynamic elemental forces. The ensuing battle shall indubitably present an ordeal unlike any Saphrine hath ever faced. I believe, however, that this path doth lead to the prize we seek. Oh, so perhaps it's not so absurd after all, Thancred? Getting schooled by a teenager. I wouldn't dream of questioning Arianchi's grasp on the science behind it. My concern is the burden this would place not only on Saphrine, but Ryne as well. What do you both make of the plan?
If Urianchi thinks it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try.
As long as you know what you're getting letting yourselves for. You're going to need all your strength, so see that you get plenty of rest.
Gaia.
Rally ho!
Yes, you're right. There's no use in trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind. about Gaia, you see. The truth is that apart from Alice and Alphino, I hardly know anyone my own age. Thought that I should make an effort to try and be nice to Gaia, but, well, you see how she is around me. I understand that she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought maybe I could help her in some way. It's not my place to intrude, and I should probably leave her to be till we finish restoring the elements. After all, that's more important, isn't it?
Let me talk to Gaia while you're concentrating on the task at hand. Is what I would have said once upon a time. It seems to me that you're the one best qualified to take care of this little problem. I know she can be a bit prickly, to put it mildly. But if anyone can see it through her, it's you. Although we've only known her for a short while, we're all that she's got. And I think she realizes it. Just let her know she's not alone. She'll come around. Eventually.
Alright, I'll give it a turn. Do you have any advice?
Ouch. This is definitely the worst option. Though I am proficient in many tongues, such as Fey, I cannot claim to be as well versed in the parlance of the younger generation. Their predilections and inclinations are a mystery I have yet to unravel.
I don't know much about it either, but I believe I have a plan. Before she even woke up, I've been asking Lena about what's popular in the Crystarium. Thought it'd be nice to show Gaia around a place one day, you see?
So that's what you were doing. I suppose it makes for a nice change of pace from all that studying. And I must commend thee on thy choice of a confidant. The captain's powers of observation make her a veritable font of wisdom concerning the behavior of the Crystarium citizenry. Yes, and now is time to put that knowledge to good use. Don't let the fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is the key.
Speaking from experience by any chance?
Whatever do you mean? Lessons learned from the days in pursuit of ladies fair, one might suspect. Gah! Couldn't help yourself, could you? Don't tell my daughter what kind of man I used to be.
It's all right, Thancred. Your secret's safe with me.
May I remind you that the reason we're here is to create a better future for everyone in the First, which includes you and Gaia? While it might not be on the same scale as bringing life back to the empty, if you're able to befriend her, that'll be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. So, go on, she's waiting for you.
Alright, wish me luck.
Really? Really? What do you want?
Oh, nothing really. It can wait till later.
For all we know, there might not even be a later. If you got something to say, hurry up and spit it out.
Is everything alright? Not feeling strange from being around eating or anything?
Is that what you came here to talk about?
Actually, I wanted to ask you... Would you like to go and have coffee biscuits with me?
What?
Coffee biscuits. They serve them at the second serving in the Crystarium. Everyone's talking about them, so I thought maybe once we finish out working here, you and I could go together?
Let me get this straight. You came to talk to me about biscuits.
Yes, they're light and crispy, and when you dip them in coffee, they'll go all nice and squishy.
The only reason you're ever even interested in that in the first place is because everyone else is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? I do what I want, when I want. After all, the world would end at any moment.
That's not going to happen. Not if I have anything to say about it. Listen, Gaia, I understand what you're going through. Believe me, I do. But you mustn't lose hope. A new day will come, then another and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance, you'll see.
Shut up. Do you even think you know me? Even I don't know who I am. Till I find the truth, I'll never be free.
Then we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, enough loss, and I don't want to see any more. That includes you, Gaia.
Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? Sure you haven't forgotten how we Umorans treated you, the precious Oracle of Light, like a bird in a cage. And yet you act as if none of it ever happened. So forgiving, so selfish. You and your family brought back the night sky, and you finally had a chance to lead a normal life. But instead, you're flying around in a giant incinerator, trying to turn a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise. And for what? I may not remember much of my past, but I am fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end. But if you think that makes us friends, then you are very much mistaken.
Gaia? Well, the worst you could say is no, right, fellas? Right? Right? Right?
I surmise that to keep Gaia waiting over long would only agitate her further.
All right.
Anyway, To defeat the demi-form manifestations of both wind and fire shall require every less mote of thy strength. That thou hast triumphed over such beings in previous encounters should be at the forefront of thy mind as we commence the summoning.
Where are we going this time, Arianjit?
A place called Ashval doth satisfy your requirement, I believe. The fables speak of travelers sweltering beneath the blazing heat of the midday sun, while after nightfall slicing winds did tear their cloaks.
I see. Hopefully it won't be quite that bad when I try out the elements.
Ryne, my dear, may I remind thee that to focus is not the same as to deny other thoughts. Whatsoever it is that troubleth thee, thou wouldst be better for acknowledging it.
Yes, you're right. Of course. It's Gaia that I'm worried about.
That is well. May thy concern for her lend thee yet more strength. Oh, crap, here we go.
It's time. I'll begin drawing out the wind and fire in equal measure. Saphrine, we only get one chance of this, so let's make it count.
What stupid pun do we get this time? Okay, it's only a...
Well, no.
Garuda did rage a bit as well. Oh, fuck. Have to take both of them on at the same time. This will suck. Then blow. So E6 is ready. Oh god, that has been an age. About hellish. Anyway. Here they come.
It worked! Both wind and fire have answered the call. Ryne, are you alright?
Garuda looks a little bit of an upgrade. Ifrit's just definitely different. Alright. Alright, you're taking it. Those are just cleaves out the sides. That's what we call an AoE. These you need to stack to save somebody. And then get the hell out. Knockback City. Those are going to be beam attacks. Of swords, holy crap, that healer is in trouble. First phase change. My bad. These tethers need to be shared, or otherwise you're going to get slammed. Ow. Dick. Alright, he's gonna play kickball. The big boom! There it goes. Now we're basically just gonna be repeating stuff. I'll take the fat one, you take the ugly one. Well, you're an ass. I tried to save them. Alright, and now we get the combining. Fusion. Oh. Holy shit. Hello, we got fire on the ground. And we're having to deal with attacks all combined, all sorts of ways. Oh shit, I'm screwed. Now comes the big boom. Wait for it. There it goes. That's gonna be big. Grab a tether and pray nothing bad happens. There we go. 2 down. 1 to go. Sure, I'll take them. Yeah, no kidding. You would know the ultimate weapon very well.
That was incredible. I never imagined they'd fuse together like that, but you took them down all the same. I suppose the main thing here is that we now have 2 elements closer to restoring the ether of the empty. Let's go see what difference it made.
Dun. Honestly, it looks like one of those ice cream push pops. Not exactly, but close enough.
It actually worked, just like Urianger said it would.
And how pissed is Gaia? Everything we could have hoped for. Indeed, our endeavors have been repaid manifold.
I wonder what will happen when we restore ice.
Oh crap, ice. We all know where that's going.
Is something the matter?
One more element. And then what? You'll have achieved the impossible. I'll be still nothing. No memory, no past, no family, nothing. The world has moved on and left me behind. Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. So, Almighty Eden, you can mend this broken world, but you can't restore one girl's memories. Give me back my life, damn you. I still hunger. Ah! Extinguish the accursed light. Awaken our true power.
Enough riddles. Tell me who I am.
You are.
I am
Gaia.
Gaia. Gaia, what's wrong?
Reclaim your memories. Fulfill your destiny.
I don't understand. Gaia, can you hear me?
Get away from me. Amidst the sound of falling rain, your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on. Du-du. Well, this downpour is precisely the results we were hoping for. The novelty of standing outside in the rain does wear off rather quickly. Not to mention Gaia looks a bit under the weather. Let's continue this conversation in Eden's Court. Yum. Ere we set forth to restore the element of ice, I will discuss the manner in which summoning shall be undertaken. Just tell me one thing. Is this going to bring the empty back to the way it was before the flood? While none can say for certain, the change we have observed at points of ethereal intersection doth give us cause for optimism. It may be reasonable to assume that the empty shall continue to transform and, in the decades to come, regain a semblance of its former state. Decades? I don't think you've quite grasped the sheer scale of the damage left in the wake of the flood. It would have swallowed the entire world if Minfilia hadn't stopped it. Even if Ryne inherited her blessing, wounds like that don't heal overnight. After all, the empty has been utterly devoid of life for 100 years.
And it might take even longer than that to bring life back. I don't expect immediate results, but I do know that it will stay like this forever unless we do something about it.
My sentiments precisely. Only once the final elements is restored shall we have a glimpse of the future. That awaiteth those generations yet to come.
You do all this for a world you may not live long enough to see. While here I am so absorbed in my own problems that I spares barely a thought for anyone besides myself. For so long I've listened to that voice telling me what to do, who to be. I'm so scared of what might happen if I disobeyed. But I don't want to live like that anymore. I want to be me. Who am I? What am I? Perhaps it's better if I never find out. If Ryne's the Oracle of Light, here to mend this broken world, what does that make me? Gaia, the Oracle of Darkness, bringer of misery and death. A monster. It's no wonder they left me. Mother, father, and next it'll be you. And I'll be back where I started, where I've always been, alone. Gaia, is it the fairy? What's wrong? Afraid I might lose control and ruin your carefully laid plans. No, it's you I'm worried about. Ryne, I'm going outside to clear my head. You just do what you need to do, all right? Something's wrong, I know it.
That much is clear. If we have a repeat of her first visit to Eden, we may even be joined by those Void-sent friend of hers. If you go and see what White Guy is doing, Urianger and I will stay with Ryne.
Fine.
My name is Gaia. That's what you said, isn't it? Eden, the flood, what does it all mean? No, it can't be. Is this what I've been waiting for all this time? Fine. You remember. Ah. What is this? The darkness that dwells within you, Gaia. The accursed spawn of light are drawn to it like moths to a flame. Pathetic, mindless. Sin Eaters. Now, the time of awakening has come. Ugh. Saphrine, Ryne senses Sin Eaters. What happened? Don't try to fight them. Just bring Gaia back inside. Quickly now. Oh. That was something. What's happened to her? That's a concern for later. First, we must deal with those Sin Eaters. Saphrine, if thou wouldst care to repel our assailants without, I would test Thancred with standing guard within. I shall tend to Gaia meanwhile. And we have number 7 at the ready. Here we go. To deal with the light and the dark. Got a crystal of darkness. We're controlling a swarm of eaters.
So many of them. But nothing we can't handle.
Alright. Let's get going. Wrong one. There goes the big boom! That hurt just a little bit. Nope. We got one, then two, outside, then in, I believe. Yep. And now the fun mechanic of this whole raid. Colored portals. Shit. So they entered the red first, and they'll come out of that. Now we get it full force. So blue's gonna proc first. When they come back, at least. Yay, we get Force March. Raid wide, which I didn't have anything ready for. Tank Buster. So now let's make it more complicated. We're gonna throw colors into the mix. We've got Umbral, so we want to get hit by Astral. To balance things out. And now we overcompensate with Astral and we want to get hit by Umbral. Back again. Oh shit. I was a little late on that one. Where are we facing? I can't see. Oh, it's gonna suck. Damn it, I don't have anything ready. We managed to survive. Okay, we got our colors back, and we're gonna complicate things with the portals. So we want to get hit with Astral, which is gonna come out of the blue. Umbral should come out of the red. Now we gotta aim these things at the towers. Oh, jeez. Hope someone's got the other one. Oh, that is fun. Tank Buster line. Now we are recycled. So red's going to be the first on the return. And that is a brave DPS. Worthy sacrifice. Hopefully we can finish before colors proc. There we go. Good. That wouldn't be busy. There go the Seed Eaters. There goes the idol. And there goes the victory. Jeez. Have it. She won't wake up. What do we do? We collect our materia. That's what we do. Oh. What is this place? Where is everyone? So, I'm all alone. Even the fairy is gone. Endless silence, endless darkness. This is what death feels like. It's no use. No one could hear me. How ironic. All those times I wanted peace and quiet, and now I finally have it. I wish to talk to someone else. Thought I couldn't stand being around them. While they're interfering and fussing, yet I was never lonely. But it's no use. Even after everything we went through, the memories still won't come back. There's no future awaiting me, only emptiness. Those memories, they can stay lost forever. It's only this pain will leave me. Now I close my eyes and sink into darkness. Then I will suffer no more. Gaia! Mother, Father, wake up! I understand now. Why wait for tomorrow to claim us? Gaia, can you hear me? This perfect moment never has to end. Not giving up on you, Gaia. Say something. What do you want? Please, I'm begging you. Remember all the things we said we'd do, like going to the second serving for our coffee biscuits. I never. Gaia? I'd never agree to anything of that sort. Oh, thank goodness, I was so worried about you. Oh, do you have to be so loud? Very felt silent, only to be replaced by Ryne's voice ringing through my head. Never thought I'd be so glad to hear it. Oh, the fact that it's a Yuri recreation of 8 is hilarious. We've all gone through a lot of trouble on my part. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Anyway, I've delayed you long enough. Please carry on with what you came to do. I'm glad you're back to your years of self, but how are you feeling? Much better now. Something still bothered me. The fairy spoke to me in a dream, and a stream of memories rushed through my mind. I don't recall anything like this happening before. I'm not sure what it all means. What sort of memories? Can't make sense of them. They were only brief flashes, seen through someone else's eyes. At least that's what it felt like. Infilium. That is the first circle of light. Once served Hydaelyn as word of the mother. If the Oracle of Darkness is her counterpart under Zodiark, then we'd best prepare ourselves for the worst. In the night's return, did tip the ethereal balance toward activity, which may have served to awaken the fragment of his power in the first. Having thus roused, he did then fix his gaze upon she, who had been marked by darkness, Gaia. Marked or no, Gaia's still her own person. Everything all right? It's nothing. Anyway, let's forget about all that for now. There'll be plenty of time to think it through once the last element's restored. If thou believest thyself well enough, then I see no reason for delay. Let us forthwith attend to the revitalization of ice. Shiva, then. Saphrine is the only one here who has actually seen the primal. Perhaps you could best describe her for us? Yeah, we're gonna go with some sound.
So she summoned into her body the image essence of someone who lived over 1,000 years ago. That such a thing is possible.
Long since departed Shiva was a source of great inspiration to Yasem, whose method of summoning differed greatly from any we had previously encountered. By the echo did she bear witness to the deeds of noble Shiva, and thus was she moved to dedicate her being to that self-same cause. 'Twas this devotion that granted her the power of a primal.
So she was able to control it herself.
Not getting any funny ideas, are you?
Just thinking aloud, that's all. Anyway, we better get going.
Our journey leads us to the great glacier situated in the northernmost region of the empty.
I'll get us there as quickly as I can. Don't do anything stupid, little one. It's time to draw out the ether. I was thinking... that I should go with you this time. I want to be the vessel for Shiva.
What the fuck is wrong with you, kid?
Being still and passive by nature, ice is the element that is most strongly aligned to light. I'll need to get close and use my abilities as well as Eden's to draw it out.
So that the oracle of light becometh the oracle of ice. I cannot claim to be in favor of this stratagem, and yet the primal we encountered in the source was summoned in the much same manner. The inherent advantages are undeniable.
Absolutely not. Out of the question. Have you forgotten what Saphrine does to the primals we summon? I'm not about to stand by and watch as she and Ryne beat the tar out of each other. In any case, the ether will only return to the empty once the creature's been slain. Although it seems haven't taken that into consideration yet. Presumably, there's a safe way to disperse it, but it's still far too risky.
Thought you had more sense, Ryne.
But it's not as bad as it sounds.
Were the demi-formed entity as volatile as primals we have previously summoned, 'twould be logical to assume that in her role as conduit, Ryne would be hard-pressed to retain control. Saphrine would have no recourse but to defend herself by any means necessary, else her life be forfeit.
I know it's dangerous, but I can't let it hold me back. Please, I've got to try.
But I don't see why this is even necessary in the first place. She never had to take risks like this for other elements.
Eden possesses almost infinite power, but what would happen if it began acting without my intervention? If it started to feed on the ether just like the other sin eaters, it would undo all of our hard work.
'Tis a disconcerting eventuality, and one which cannot be dismissed.
I'm worried that even if we realign the elements, things will eventually return to how they were following the flood. But if I train Eden on how to nurture the environment rather than drain the life from it, we can leave it to take care of the empty in our place. I'll channel the ether through my self and show Eden how it's done. This isn't some house pet we're dealing with here. If it all goes wrong, then what? I know this all sounds as if I'm taking a leap of faith, but it has been a gamble every step of the way.
And not a gamble like this.
We've managed to come this far because of faith in ourselves and in each other.
I've made my feelings on the matter perfectly clear, but what say you, Saphrine? Yeah. Gonna try to hold back, I guess? Ryne, I suppose that if you got your heart set on this, there's no point in trying to dissuade you. Just don't do anything reckless. Is that clear?
Crystal. This is going to work, I promise you. I'll make sure of it. Well, for all our sakes, certainly hope so. Because the primal takes over. It'll be fine. With all of you by my side, I know whatever happens, it'll work out in the end.
All of us. Hope you're not including me. I can't even deal with my own problems, never mind yours.
It's enough just knowing you're here. Anyway, I've decided to take a leaf out of your book. I do what I want and when I want. I've made my decision, so now I have to see it through. Yes, but this is a different kettle of fish altogether. Well, the point is that it's what I want, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it work.
So this is how much it means to you. All right. Let's bring back the old one.
I don't know how, but I can see her too. This might actually work.
And there is number 8. Turn that off. Gotta love the fractures coming all over the Eden. As we progress further and further. I understand that she gets informed with that. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Honestly, we've pretty good luck, except for number 2, which took a moment. All of them have been pretty fast. Hmm. I wonder why I was doing that at the beginning, but not after. Dun, 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 dun. And there we go. And let it begin.
I call upon the power of Shiva.
Just like last.
No! She's lost control! You've got to stop her!
Your sail was able to control. Alright. Let's see if I remember how to do this.
You will stoke the fires of conflict. The light shall usher in peace.
Alright. One of these redras will have you look away. Now I can't remember the kicks. Nope. Shit. I'm gonna read that. Scythe kick is the donut.
Splendid ice, grant me strength.
Oh, good. And the off tank is Pokeballs. Today has been a fun day. How many people are going to slide off? No one. That's impressive. That would be your tank buster. this is the part that's gonna suck. That's a dead tank. At least we know where those trackers are gonna go. Oh, mother! Forgot about that.
Shatter. The light shall usher in peace.
Just a little screwing up there.
Impudence.
Yeah, this is gonna be the donut. Okay. Well, we finally lost a tank. And now we split the party.
Tranquility must be restored to the land.
Each group has to deal with protecting these crystals. There should be a line attack somewhere. There it is. And one more wave. There we go. See, the tank came back. Good, good.
Speak up.
You better not knock me off.
Light consume you.
Those are going to be cone attacks. We'll try to point them away. Oops. I don't even know where I'm pointed anymore. Alright, that's the donut. That is a massive one, too.
Splendid. Grant me strength.
And this should be the ice phase.
The light shall usher in peace.
Careful with the edge. We look away. And it's about time we finish this up. Except it is not the ends.
Such power, I can't.
Oh, there's a heroic pose.
The light! It's too much for her to bear! Ugh, she won't last much longer! Enough of this! Power of darkness, answer my call! Ugh! Yeah! Damn this light! Damn it all!
She fights for her Yuri.
No, won't give up! Not on my future! Our future! I want to see what tomorrow will bring!
There we go. Wing 2 down. Well, at least you survived. Have that. Or not. Ryne!
You were there. I heard you. What happened to Shiva? Is she still in control? No, she's gone. But Gaia... What? That hammer, it matches your dress. That's where you went. Huh. I see you're back to your normal idiotic self.
Awesome!
Look, isn't it pretty? Maybe we could take it with us. Oh, ice tends to melt, you know. Not this sort. Well, if you say so. Anyway, it might even make a nice necklace. That's a brilliant idea.
Will thou not rush to her aid? Perhaps I'm getting slow in my age. Besides, it would seem Gaia's beat me to it. To think she would be the one to break the ice. Even they support the Yuri. They may have gotten off to a rocky start, but I think they'll make quite the pair. Is that a hint of melancholy I detect in thine voice? Something akin to pinning mother bird whose chicks have flown the nest. Father bird, if you don't mind. But you're not entirely wrong. Still, when the day finally comes to say goodbye, it hardens me to know she won't be alone.
After that, we can go to the second serving for coffee biscuits.
Fine, you win. And if they're anything less than perfection itself, I'll never live it down.
If they're not to your liking, there are plenty other things we can try.
I suppose we both deserve a little treat after all that hard work.
We certainly do.
There we were, laughing as if we had not a care in the world. Fleeting though it was, in that moment, I was content. But my life was never meant to be so simple.
I'm so sorry, everyone. I clearly have a long way to go before I can handle that kind of power. But we achieved what we set out to do, as I had faith we would. So, without further ado, let's return to the camp and admire our work.
Dun, dun.
It's life.
Life will find a way. Sort of. Don't jinx it, Thancred.
I can feel it. All revitalized elements working in harmony. I've always believed Eden had the power to restore the empty, but I never expected it to happen so quickly. Hammer, whatever are you talking about? I am a woman of gentle birth. Hardly a sort to be swinging such a rude thing about. Saphrine must be imagining things. Huh, I wonder if the effects of from the rebalanced ether will spread through the rest of the empty. Perhaps we'll just have to wait and see. Besides, I'm sure we could all do with the rest.
I must say, Ryne, it's refreshing to see you take a more measured approach for a change.
Well, if my experience here has taught me anything, it's that we shouldn't rush into things unprepared. And I've also learned that there are some problems that can't be solved alone.
Is that so?
Since you freed me from Yilmore, I've met all sorts of kind of people who've gone out of their way to help me. I thought that I should do everything in my power to repay their kindness and make the world a better place. But now more than ever, I realize that there's a limit to what I can achieve by myself. Even though I was able to summon Shiva, I couldn't control such a vast amount of ether. If Gaia hadn't been there to save me, I might never return to normal.
I could say the same about you. I was trapped in a nightmare, but you freed me.
It seems we're more alike than I thought. We might not be able to do everything by ourselves, but if we look out for each other, then we can face our problems together. If you don't mind?
No, it's fine, really. Things don't work out, we can always go our separate ways. But on the other hand, if I can resist the urge to punch you whenever you annoy me, which I must say is quite often, I have no objections to staying around.
You mean it? Oh, thank you, Gaia.
May I suggest we continue the conversation in Amh Araeng? Though the empty may now support its foliage, the land's normalization hath begun. And to linger over long still entaileth risks. Is aught the matter, Thancred? Nothing you need to worry about. Let's go. It seems like it's still raining, huh? Oh, don't worry. They go down smooth. Eventually.
Before we do anything else, we should report to Yalfort. He'll want to know how we've been getting on in the empty.
Speaking of Mordsuk, there was a snack of some sort that caught my eye last time. I can't quite describe it, but it looked squiggly. Despite a strong suspicion that I may live to regret it, I'd like to try one. Oh, I think I know what you mean. They might not look like much, but I bet they taste amazing. Perhaps we could also try a pot of those jellied wrigglers, or whatever they're called. I'll even let you take the first bite. You, no thank you. First coffee biscuits, now worms and jelly. Heaven forbid the two of you might actually eat some proper food. Saphrine, may I ask thee a favor? Whilst Thancred and I return unto the Crystarium to inform our comrades of our recent exploits, I would have thee accompany Ryne and Gaia to Mordsuk. All right. Back to the kobolds. And see what horrendous things they can find for the girls to eat. Do, 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 do. I trust all is well, Miss Gaia. It will be once we get out of this desert town. If I have to spend another night in a dingy little room, I shall scream. I am terribly sorry to hear that the accommodation was less than satisfactory. I'll investigate the availability of more comfortable lodgings post-haste. Yes, I think we'll stay in Mordsuk, at least for the time being. It was rather I might take a while for me to write the report, as our expedition was rather eventful. Saphrine, I really appreciate everything you've done. I'm sorry for all the trouble I put you through. Still fretting about that, are you? What's done is done. Besides, it all worked out in the end. You're right. Now, how about that treat we promised ourselves? May not have coffee biscuits here, but I heard regular cakes are to die for. Or was it that you'll die from eating them? Only one way to find out, I guess. I'm sure trying local delicacies will keep us occupied between writing reports and thinking about our next plan of action. Hopefully we'll have another chance to visit the empty to see how things are coming along. And don't even think about leaving me behind. Alright. Take that. Wait, what? Oh, you mother... Really? Huh. That's interesting. Well, that's gonna screw things up. Because that's not gonna be for another 2 weeks. Damn, I need to research that better next time. Oh. Well, We got 2 wings of Eden down. Have to take care of the rest later. As where that goes, was a fun little foray into the reminiscing of Final Fantasy VIII. Gotta love how they brought Eden around, brought Blue Green and Balaam Garden into the foray, and basically made Gaia and Ryne sort of along the lines of Squall and Renoa. But since that's going to interrupt things way more than I intended it, we are unfortunately going to have to cut this one short. Sure, let's see if we have anybody up. How to hide. You know what? I'm just gonna call it with that. Yeah, as for us here at the channel, we're gonna call it on that one. So, as always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.